All right, at 6 o'clock, I'll call the meeting to order. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, presented by students from Nike Elementary and Madison Elementary. All right, 1.3, approval of agenda. Prior to approving, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and to add 10.5, executive session for attorney-client communication.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed? Now, motion to approve the amended agenda.
Make a motion. I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed? 2.1, presentation by students from Nike Elementary School.
We are very excited to be here tonight. We've got 5 students who are here to talk to you guys about a really neat club that we've started at Nike. And so they want to tell you a lot about kind of what they're doing in this club. And so I don't want to take up any time. I want them to be able to tell you everything that's going on. But this club is being led by Monica Brown, our communications teacher. And I know Tara Heinrich, one of our kindergarten teachers, is here to help out tonight too. And the students will introduce themselves at the very end so you can figure out who all they are tonight as well. So I'm going to turn over to Monica and the students.
And nobody really wants to hear from me, so here are the students.
Over 60 students come together every month to learn how to be more inclusive in our school, our district, and our community.
Oops.
We read a book.
Books are a great way to help us understand our friends with disabilities and to help them know they matter to us, even though they're different.
Disabilities are all around us. If you're curious or don't understand, just ask.
Oops, sorry.
Not all disabilities are invisible.
We're learning about sensory processing disorder, autism, physical disabilities, ADHD, blindness, Down syndrome, dyslexia, speech disorders, and so much more.
People of all abilities can participate. Sometimes it just looks a little different than we're used to.
Help us, and they can also make things very hard for some people.
Music is important for everyone, and it can help people with disabilities learn all sorts of things.
Here's a song we wrote with our music therapist to help us remember how and when to include. Some people communicate differently, and that's okay.
Hold on. Okay. Well, you're going to pretend you heard the song. It's beautiful. Our music therapist came, and they wrote it together. And it's all the different places in the school that they can include and be a better friend.
Some people communicate differently, and that's okay.
We make plans for how to spread the word.
Thank you notes to those who help us include others.
Posters to cheer on our Garner goals. 11 lanes.
Athletes.
Inclusion rocks for our community.
Messages on lockers to encourage inclusion. Bookmarks to remind us to include everyone.
Teaching others about how our sensory systems can cause stress and anxiousness, so we should be kind and considerate when our friends are overwhelmed.
A Gardner Gold Special Olympics athlete talk about how much our kids here in Gardner do and how many medals they win. That was one of our guest speakers.
We read a book.
Our amazing speech pathologists, music therapists, and occupational therapists teach us about communication, music therapy, and sensory systems.
We dream of a world where everyone feels valued, loved, and welcome.
And just include everyone. It's not that hard. Okay. Do you guys want to tell them your name and what grade you're in?
Robbie, 3rd grade.
Brendan, 2nd. Anna, 3rd grade.
Palmer, 4th grade.
Grayson D, 4th grade.
Jovi, 4th grade.
And board, I did want to say they have some special bookmarks that they made in their club that they're going to pass out to you guys at some point tonight here too. So if you see that come around, they want to pass it out to some of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. That'll bring us to 2.2, presentation by students from Madison Elementary.
Good evening, board and patrons. I'm Emily Fleming. I'm the principal at Madison Elementary School. Tonight, I've got some members of our student council with me to present to you. Student council is something new to Madison. We started it just this year, so we're excited to tell you what all we've already accomplished. So all of these kiddos started with an application process, and that application process was not easy. It was like a job application. They had to find staff members that would act as references for them. And there was a complete application, including things like why they want to be a member of student council, the types of things that they want to see happen to make Madison a better place. After the application process, they then had to prepare speeches, and they gave election speeches to their classmates. We had like official voting booths then that the classes each voted for 2 representatives from each classroom. And then once our group was selected, they decided amongst themselves who the president and vice president would be, again through more speeches about why they wanted to be involved and what leadership capabilities they have to bring to the table. So they are going to tell you a little bit more about what they do in student council and who they are.
My name is Liv Heckathorn. I'm a 4th grader and the president of Student Council. Thank you for letting us speak with you today. We're excited to share what StuCo is all about and how we serve as a voice for all our fellow students.
I'm Benson Trout, and I am in the 3rd grade. I am the Vice President of Student Council. We work to make Madison a better place. We have different communities that we are each a part of, and I will share more.
I'm Keegan Carmen, and I'm in the 4th grade. I'm a member of the School Spirit Committee. Our role is to help plan Spirit Week activities and make posters for those weeks. We also help at the monthly assemblies.
I'm Jade Castillo, and I'm in the 3rd grade. I'm a member of the news crew. We create a digital school newsletter to keep everybody updated on what is happening in Student Council and at Madison Elementary.
I'm Amelia Pippett, and I'm in 3rd grade. I'm a member of the Teacher Appreciation Committee. One of the things we do to boost teacher spirits is making bookmarks with words of encouragement.
I'm Hannah Ramsey, and I'm in the 3rd grade. I'm a member of the Sunshine Committee. We make posters to put up around the school. These posters are supposed to bring up the mood. I'm Sebastian Hosfeld, and I am in the 2nd grade. I am a member of a new student welcome committee. Our committee makes sure that new Madison Bears have friends, feel welcome, and are included.
So one of the things that our kids do each month, we have a Bear Den assembly, and they help lead the school in our school song. So that's how we are going to end our presentation, is by leading you in our school song. If you're a former Madison Bear, parent of a Madison Bear, please join us in singing our school song. Are you guys ready? Stand up and cheer for Madison Bears. We are the school where everyone cares. Growing, learning, laughing too. We're all friends at Madison. 3 cheers for Madison. Stand up for Madison Bears. Rock on. There's no kids like the Madison kids, 'cause the Madison kids just rock. There's no teachers like the Madison teachers, 'cause the Madison teachers just rock. There's no school like the Madison school, 'cause the Madison school just rocks. Rock on.
Oh, drag it out a minute, Ben. We're waiting on an extra bag.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Here it is, we got it.
I didn't know we had a presentation.
All right, that'll bring us to 2.3, presentation for Senator Molly Baumgardner by Greg Chapman and Dr. Huff. I guess we should ask the senator to come up.
Let's go right down here. See, I didn't think we had something.
Oh, you want to do it at the microphone? That's cool.
Well, I don't have a microphone, I guess. Molly, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for not just our district. You have several districts in your area. When I was coming up with all of your accomplishments for us, it was just too much to try to write down. The one that really sticks out is just a recent one from KSB. Watching your excitement for our reading in Kansas and at the Blueprint for Literacy, all the work that you've put into that on top of everything else for over a decade is just absolutely amazing. And we did not want you to leave us without getting an appreciation, a token of appreciation. So wanted to give you that.
Nice. Yes.
I'll say a few things. I do appreciate the recognition, but that's not why I served as a legislator for 10 years. In fact, the reason I served is because I felt we needed to do something better for education in this state, and so it was a real privilege to serve. My district had some of the smallest districts, some of the fastest growing, such as Gardner, Edgerton, and Spring Hill, and one of the really large ones like Blue Valley, and the second largest Olathe School District. But for me, I felt it was hurting us that we were in ongoing litigation, and I was glad to negotiate not 1 year but 2 years so that we finally got the state Supreme Court to approve the school funding. But I went to the legislation as a teacher, and I had the privilege of sitting next to, so it's Mary Anna sitting next to her. You get to come up next. But she's a second-year teacher, and she's a Horizon winner, and I know what it took to be that, because when I was a teacher at Lewisburg High School, I was a Horizon winner. And it's such hard work for teachers, and that's why literacy and the blueprint's so important, because not all teachers receive the training that they needed, and we have too many kids in our state that can't read. And what I've appreciated most is that Gardner Edgerton, with leadership, with Dr. Huff, you have jumped right in there, and literacy is a top priority. And I especially appreciate what you're doing with regard to special education, because when we worked to get change as far as funding for SPED, I knew how important it was for our larger districts that were self-funding. And you continue to provide testimony, and that's what's so helpful, is that we have leaders that are advocates so that we help our teachers, so that we help our students, but most importantly, so that we help our families and Kansans, because that's the only way that we can grow and improve. So it is a privilege to have served for the Gardner Edgerton School District, and this is a very kind recognition. Thank you.
I'll have just one quick anecdote, and that is that Senator Baumgardner continues to be an advocate. She called me last week asking me to put in testimony for a particular bill that's coming through. So you just can't get it out of your system, can you? Well, congratulations, and thank you so much for what you've done for our kids.
That will bring us to 2.4, the 2024-2025 Horizon Award recognition by Dr. Booth.
Mariana and Jared, do you want to come up? Okay. Yeah, right. Good evening. It's my pleasure to introduce our district's two nominees for the state-sponsored Horizon Award program, which recognizes exemplary first-year teachers at both the elementary and secondary levels. This award honors educators who demonstrate excellence in their practice and a commitment to student success. This year, our district's elementary nominee was Mariana Barnes, a second-grade teacher at Gardner Elementary School. Our secondary nominee is Jared Scahan, a fifth-grade teacher at Trail Ridge Middle School. Both Mariana and Jared have excelled in building positive relationships with their students and continuously reflect on their instructional practices, making thoughtful adjustments and trying new strategies to meet the needs of their students. As part of our district's mentoring program, they actively engage in monthly professional development workshops covering a variety of topics, including instructional strategies, assessment techniques, communication, and student engagement. They also receive ongoing support from their district mentors throughout the first 2 years of teaching. Bev Furlong, and Bev's here, right? Yeah. Serves as Mariana's mentor and shared Mariana's level of insight and competence belies her single year of experience. Walking into her room opens the door to a classroom that offers a level of innovation, proficiency, and intention with instruction far beyond that typically seen in a teacher new to the profession. Mariana also models a core strength of patience and gentle peace that supports an environment of co-regulation as it fosters growing independence for her students. Libby Taylor, I don't think Libby was able to make it tonight, is Jared's mentor, and she shared that Jared's attention to having strong relationships with students is evident no matter what. There is a quote that came to mind that represents day in and day out who Jared is, and that is, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This quote is a testament to who Jared is as a person and how much he values students. So before we say how proud of we are of you both again, they also came. We have a lot of outstanding first-year teachers from last year and this year, but these were two of the absolute best, and so we are very proud of you and all that you've done, and we're thrilled to celebrate this milestone with you. It's something for which you should be extremely proud, so congratulations. Great job, guys. Oh, and they're both Gardner Education graduates.
That'll bring us to 4.1, hearing of requests and suggestions from citizens. We have 8 speakers tonight, so kind of following how I've done it in the past to speed it up. I'll call up the reader, whoever's on deck and whoever's in the hole. So first we're going to have Linda Dominguez, followed by Amanda Bird, and then Hannah Robertson.
Sure, I'm gonna lower this a bit. Enter. Oh, okay. Okay, my name is Linda Dominguez. I actually go by Sam, my middle name. I am a parent at Madison Elementary. It's my second year living here in Gardner. I'm just gonna read off of this to kind of get through it quicker since we have so many people. Okay, so I'm here tonight representing a group of parents across many of our district schools that have expressed concerns over the district's lack of communication in response to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security directive issued January 21st to rescind previously issued guidelines for immigration and customs enforcement and Customs and Border Protection enforcement action that limit law enforcement in or near sensitive areas that include schools and churches. I hope you can all recognize that for many of our parents, it's a very scary time to have a brown child right now. Over 18% of the population of Gardner identifies as a person of color. This is according to Census Bureau results from 2024. Whether people realize it or not, many in our community are immigrants or refugees, and many of the people in our community are naturalized citizens or first, second, or third generation American-born citizens. I am part of that group. I was born and raised in the United States, but my last name and the last name of my children don't reflect that. They reflect our Central American heritage. My face does not read, I am an American citizen, and neither does that of my children. Families like my own are concerned, and I think we have a right to be concerned. Members of this community have consciously elected the board members here tonight, and by doing so, we have entrusted you all with the safety and well-being of our children. We have questions that our school's administrative staff cannot answer because the leadership of the school district has not provided enough clarity for them to answer the questions concerned parents are posing to them. Why has there been no statement issued on your behalf reassuring students and families that you will uphold state and federal laws that protect students' information and safety? Is my main question. All students have a constitutionally protected right to receive an education. What are you doing to ensure that our students are safe from these potential complications while they are exercising that right in our schools? What protocols are in place in the event that ICE or CBP or DHS officers enter district buildings? What training has district staff received to review and identify the multitude of legal documents that these entities can present in any such event, and how do they know how to validate their legitimacy? At what point do parents get notified that a federal officer is requesting to speak to their child? What protocols are in place if a parent never shows up to pick up their child from school or from the bus stop? Why has this board not communicated any steps that parents can take to prepare for the possibility of these fears coming to fruition? The Kansas State Department of Education, do I have to stop? Or do you want me to keep going? Nope. Okay, well, it's all in here. All the questions are in here. I urge you to read that second page of that packet, please.
Thank you, Linda. That will bring up Amanda, followed by Hannah Robertson, and then Kristen Schultz. And if the ones on deck and in the hole wouldn't mind lining up.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Bird, and I am the librarian at Gardner Edgerton High School. I wanted to talk to you today about a resource we use in our district called Epic Books, which was supposed to be on the agenda but was pushed back to next month, but I already have something else to talk to you about next month, so you get to hear it tonight. As a digital library with over 40,000 high-quality, engaging books, Epic Books has been an indispensable tool in our classrooms. It fosters a love of reading, supports differentiated instruction, and aligns with the needs of today's learners. Epic Books promotes accessibility and equity. One of the most powerful aspects of Epic Books is its accessibility. Many students do not have personal libraries at home, and not all families can make regular trips to the public library. Epic Books ensures that every student, regardless of their socioeconomic background, has access to a vast collection of literature. It levels the playing field and supports literacy development for all. Epic Books provides engagement and motivation. Epic Books engages students in a way that traditional reading sources often cannot. With interactive features, audiobooks, a wide variety of genres, students will find reading enjoyable more than a chore. The platform is designed to captivate young readers and motivate them to explore different topics at their own pace, fostering independent learning. Epic Books supports differentiated learning. Teachers face challenges of meeting the diverse needs of students in their classroom. Epic Books provides tools to support differentiation in the classroom. With options for read-alouds, leveled reading selections, and bilingual books, it accommodates students at various reading levels, including English language learners and struggling readers. Teachers can assign specific books to students, ensuring they receive material tailored to their needs. Epic Books provides curriculum alignment and enrichment. Epic Books is more than just a library, it's a resource that enhances classroom instruction. Many of the books align with curriculum standards in language arts, science, social studies, and even social emotional learning. Teachers can integrate Epic Books into lesson plans, providing students with engaging supplemental material that reinforces key concepts. Epic Books is cost-effective and efficient. In an era where budget constraints are a concern, Epic Books provides an affordable and efficient solution, mostly being free. It's a free resource. Instead of purchasing multiple physical copies of books, which can be costly and logistically challenging, Epic Books grants unlimited access to thousands of titles. This reduces the need for constant book replacement and ensures that every child has what they need at their fingertips. Epic Books is a tool for the future. Education is evolving, and digital literacy is a crucial skill for 21st century learners. Epic Books not only supports traditional reading skills, but familiarizes students with digital platforms. In conclusion, removing Epic Books from our students would be a disservice to both them and teachers. It is a resource that promotes equity, engagement, and educational excellence. I urge you to consider the countless benefits it provides.
Thank you, Amanda. That will bring up Hannah Robertson, followed by Kristen Schultz, and then Amy Gilbertson.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Robertson, and I teach freshman English at GEHS. I stand before you today with a deep concern that affects not only our LGBTQ+ students, but the well-being and academic future of every student in our school district. Recent efforts to ban books, particularly those that center on LGBTQ+ stories and issues, are threatening to create an environment where diversity and understanding are silenced. First, I will address the immediate harm this action does to our LGBTQ+ students. When books that reflect their lives, experiences, and struggles are removed from libraries and classrooms, these students lose a critical source of representation. They're denied the opportunity to see themselves in literature, to feel validated, and to understand that they're not alone. This kind of exclusion can have a profound impact on their mental health, self-worth, and academic engagement. However, the consequences reach far beyond this specific group. Book banning diminishes the richness of the educational experience for all students. Schools are meant to foster critical thinking, compassion, and understanding of diverse perspectives. When books are banned, we narrow our students' understanding of the world around them. We limit their ability to develop empathy, challenge ideas, and engage in thoughtful discourse needed for outside of school. Furthermore, I want to bring attention to a very real and pressing issue, that's literacy. Recent studies show that literacy rates are at an all-time low and students are struggling to read at grade level. I can attest to this. I see this in my classroom every day. Banning books is not the solution to this crisis. In fact, it is the opposite. It removes access to a wide variety of voices, stories, and ideas which are essential for fostering a love of reading and improving literacy. If we want to improve literacy rates, we need to encourage reading, not restrict it. This includes that language we as adults use when discussing these books. Our schools are listening, and the language used is being reflected with our students. Rather than censoring books, we should be focusing on creating an inclusive and supportive environment where students are encouraged to explore diverse viewpoints and think critically. We need to invest in resources that promote literacy, equity, and inclusion, resources that will engage all students, not just some. In conclusion, the banning of books that address LGBTQ+ issues or any other topic is not a solution. It's a step backward. We must ensure that our schools remain places of learning where every student's identity is respected, where diverse ideas are celebrated, and where literacy thrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. That will bring up Kristen Schultz, followed by Amy Gilbertson, and then Dawn Kirtley.
Ready? Okay, I'm here to address a screenshot that made its way through the community recently. A screenshot's clearly intended to be an attack on a beloved teacher, circulated social media late last week. I'd like to share with the board and the community a selection of comments in response to that attack. The first set of comments comes from its intended audience, a hate group with millions of followers. Comments like, defund Kansas until this school behaves. Defund them and fire them is the only way. Prison for all of them. This is what they are teaching our kids. That's why our 8 and 9-year-olds can't read and do basic math. This is what happens when you employ a bunch of liberal women. My politics are whatever has these people thrown out of helicopters. As social media is known to do, posts like this, like these take on a life of their own, which is why they are so absolutely thoughtless and incredibly dangerous towards those they target. Luckily, in the group where I first saw it, the comments went a much different direction. Here are some of those. If I would have had teachers like her, learning to love and accept myself would have been significantly easier and less lonely. It may have kept me from attempting to take my life. This is why public schools are so important. They are designed to welcome all children and families. Quit weaponizing our schools. Teachers like this literally save lives. Exactly what Jesus would do. And many other comments showing similar support, 215 to be exact. People in groups like the first become emboldened by silent affirmation from boards and superintendents when they go unchecked, allowing a negative and dangerous climate to fester, grow, and take root. And who suffers most? Our kids. Directly when the groups they choose to belong to are attacked, as this one was, and indirectly because actions like these are causing an alarming and continually increasing number of local teachers, well-loved quality educators, to make backup plans in the event they become targets in the way this teacher was allowed to. How many will we have to lose because they've been persecuted simply for wanting their students to feel safe and accepted? I ask you, on which side of those comments do you sit? Are we the district that teaches kids to love and accept themselves for who they are, or are we the district that wants them thrown out of helicopters? I hope collectively you will take the lead in deciding which we will be.
Thank you, Kristen. That will bring up Amy Gilbertson, followed by Dawn Kirtley, and finally, Kami McKeever.
I'm here tonight in support of every single teacher in the Gardner-Edgerton School District, but in particular, one high school teacher who has been unfairly singled out for providing a safe space for all of her students. My child is lucky enough to have been placed in her class, and they love being in her class. It has made reading and English fun and interesting. I get excited about the unique lessons she assigns that are so applicable to the real world that we live in. I spoke with her at this fall's parent-teacher conferences, and her enthusiasm for teaching English and literature is infectious. That night, I spoke with many amazing educators who were so excited about teaching our kids, but my chat with her was the happiest and the one that has stuck with me for months. I'm looking forward to stopping by and talking with her again later this week. In this divisive world, when I walked into her class on Meet the Teacher night and saw her bright decorations and effusive nature, I was ecstatic. To me, those decorations show she doesn't care about your background, who you love, what you wear. She cares about all of her students exactly as they are. There is nothing more wonderful to me than a teacher who does that day in and day out, and we're blessed our schools are chock full of teachers like that. Her decorations also showed me that she values kindness, that she places that value and expectation on every single child that enters her classroom, that her classroom is a room where respect is given to every single individual. No hate is tolerated there. As an active participant in my children's education, this is something I have seen time and time again in every classroom I visited. I've seen it in office staff and administration. Our school district staff are incredible. If there are parents in this district who have problems with kindness and respect for all, I feel sorry for them. Crusading against any of our educators who work tirelessly to provide quality education along with social values and a sense of belonging for our students is such an injustice to our students and our school district. We're in the 21st century, get a grip. I would hope that our school district and board would put policies in place to highly discourage the public from posting harmful and hateful speech towards their employees and protect their employees when it does happen. To every single teacher in our district, I know the actions of a few outspoken, hateful parents can have big public consequences, but please know that most in our district see the job you're doing and think you're amazing. My children have been in the district since pre-K, and while I haven't always understood every method our teachers use, I know our teachers are doing their absolute best every single day, and they, way more than I, am experts in making our classrooms fun, engaging, respectful, and kind. Please keep it up. Our children desperately need you. And specifically, to the targeted teacher, you are a gem in your classroom, in clubs you help lead, and with extracurriculars you stay late to support. Gardner Edgerton needs your passion and your kindness. I hear every other day what a warm and caring classroom you create for all of your students. Please keep it up and know we're rooting for you. And I love absolutely every decoration you have in your classroom, and so does my student.
Thank you, Amy. That will bring up Dawn.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Dawn Kirtley, and I'm a volunteer with the nonprofit organization Defense of Democracy. We are well aware at this point of the attack on public education, specifically on our LGBTQ and BIPOC communities. It must be difficult to be doing the important work of serving on a school board while under constant pressure to destroy critical programs and services. I wanted to share this letter with you, penned by a school superintendent in a neighboring district. I am hopeful that our community will see a similar message from Dr. Huff, as this would be of great comfort to our families right now. I have also sent this message to the school board members and Dr. Huff over email. I haven't done that yet, but I will do it. The letter reads as follows, and I've inserted the name of our school district in the hopes that you create a version of this for distribution here in our community. Dear Gardner Edgerton School Community, on January 29, 2025, the White House issued an executive order entitled Ending Radical Indoctrination of K-12 Schools. The order calls into question equity work in schools, and it undermines our ability to support all individuals, including LGBTQ+ youth and educators in our school community. To our students, staff, parents, and caregivers who are feeling frightened right now, know that we stand with you. In Gardner Edgerton, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts have been the cornerstone of our educational plan. Here in our district, children are taught to think for themselves. It is important for students, families, and staff to know that nothing has changed with respect to the laws in Kansas. State law says that no person shall be excluded or discriminated against in admission to a public school of any town or in obtaining the advantages, privileges, and courses of study of such public school on account of race, color, sex, gender identity, religion, national origin, or sexual orientation. Defense of Democracy is offering the following guidance in hopes that it will provide an added layer of safety and security for all members of our school community. Educators and administrators should continue their inclusive practices. The safety and security of our students is top priority. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion work in Gardner Edgerton schools will carry on, and we will continue to prioritize DEI professional learning experiences. In Gardner Edgerton Public Schools, we are committed to our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. We are dedicated to working toward mutual understandings of all cultures, backgrounds, identities, ideas, beliefs, and abilities that are different from our own. Together, we will continue to create a safe and supportive learning environment where everyone is honored and respected. And as a parent of 2 children with special needs in this district, a statement such as this would provide added trust and confidence in our district administrators.
Thank you, Dawn. And finally, we have Cammie.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Cammie McIver. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a resident of Gardner with 2 children who attend PRMS, a substitute teacher in this district, and the president of Gardner Pride. I am here again because of the negative national attention this district continues to receive as a result of how our LGBTQ students and staff are treated. In 1995, I was a 14-year-old freshman at Winfield High School in Winfield, Kansas. Winfield is very similar to Gardner, small rural towns just outside of larger metro areas. My mother, who was also a teacher at the high school, took it upon herself to go through my locker often. One day she found a notebook where I had written another girl's name down over and over like most girls did with their boy crushes. She came and pulled me out of class and asked me why I had done that. Not being out and scared to come out, I panicked and lied. But she knew. My immediate punishment was not being able to play basketball for that season, pulled right out of sports because I had a crush on a girl. My freshman year of high school was nothing short of hell, and I wanted to die. However, between feeling the need to protect my younger siblings and finding out that there were LGBTQ teachers at my school, I chose to tough it out, and I know that my existence as a queer, gender nonconforming, educated woman bothers people, maybe even people in this room, but there are so many more people who aren't bothered by it. People whose lives I have made a difference in, even people right here in this community. and that will forever outweigh the constant harassment and hate crimes I am a victim of. Although my high school softball coach never openly spoke about being a lesbian, everyone knew. I knew. I clung to my relationship with her, often confiding in her about random things I would never imagine talking to my parents about. And whether she knows it or not, Chris McMullen saved my life. My high school did not have a GSA or a QSA or any other way for me to know that I, as a lesbian student, belonged at my high school, and that others may accept me for who I was. But I know she did. Were there teachers at my high school accepting of LGBTQ students? Probably, but I would never know. I didn't know who to trust, and kids need adults they can trust. I never told her I was a lesbian, but I'm sure it was painfully obvious to her. Yet she never talked about her sexuality to me and never questioned mine. She was the safest adult in my life, a teacher, and not even a teacher I had a class with. LGBTQ student exists, and as a substitute teacher who subs mostly at the high school, I have been approached by students and teachers thanking me for being visible in this community and standing at this podium when they feel under attack, which seems to be more often than not lately. I applaud our high school staff members for allowing them to support each other through GSA, and more importantly, I applaud those teachers who are brave enough to let all students know they matter. Tonight, I just want to say thank you to those teachers and board members who stand up for all students, not just the students they think should matter. So thank you to the board members and educators in this district who know that all students matter, not just some of them.
Thank you, Cammie. That will bring us to 5.1, grants and donations, presented by Patrick Ross.
All right, thank you. Starting off the list, Edgerton United Methodist, the donation of $275 for emergency situations for families. Charlie's Car Wash with a donation of $500. Intent for Jessica Clark's KG classroom. The Caton family with a donation of $200 to provide clothing for students in need visiting the health room. Mark and Janice Naughton with a donation of $1,000 for PRMS Robotics Club. KMEA CODA grant with a $300 donation for orchestra director Robin Truster. An anonymous donor, $40 for the Robotics Club. Jeannie Hall, a donation of school supplies for the 7th grade. Corey Hale, a periodic table of elements display, also for the 7th grade. Lindsay Rawlings, school supplies, also for the 7th grade. And Angela Hayes, some additional school supplies for the 7th grade. And then rounding the list, Gardner Edgerton Foundation of Gardner Rotary Club, a $4,800 donation for 3rd grade stipend to purchase books, paperback dictionaries for all of our 3rd graders. I appreciate everyone, and thank you for the donations.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you to all the generous donors. That will bring us to the consent agenda. 6.1, minutes of the regular meeting held on January 13th, 2025. 6.2, minutes of the budget and negotiations meeting held on January 27th, 2025. 6.3, financial statements. 6.4, liability and auto insurance renewal. 6.5, school building activity account, fund balance as of fiscal year 2025. 6.6, approval of contracts and purchases. And 6.7, approval of claims.
Motion to approve as presented. I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 8.1, DLR facility bond update.
Good evening, Board. Excuse me. We have started the second phase of this bond and moving toward the campaign side. We have Mike Casey here, who has been volunteered his time and energy to run the Yes campaign. So,
good evening, Board. I'd like to thank Dr. Huff and his team for inviting me to serve on this committee as we try to reach out to the community, to the district patrons, and get them to be active in voting and hopefully vote yes. I'm an empty nester graduate, 1982 graduate of the school district, and I can tell you my wife and I are on board. When you look at the fact sheet and the process that's been involved in this bond issue, we're very supportive of it. It's well thought out. It demonstrates good stewardship, so it's something that's easy for me to promote, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mark, big thanks to Mike and the willingness to step forward and to guide our district through the campaign to encourage people to vote yes for this. Huge supporter, lots of history in the district, as well as a firefighter. So thank you for all that you've done, and we sure appreciate all the work that you're about to put in for this. So thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. So my update tonight should be brief, but again, for those I haven't met, my name is Ian Kilpatrick with DLR Group. As Mark DeWitt mentioned, we are well into the bond campaign, so just a snapshot back from April of 2024. And I think to Mike's point, it's been a labor of love, but we've come out on the other side of this campaign with, I think, a really wonderful package for this bond and an easy one for us to educate and advocate on behalf of. You'll see throughout a number of campuses, lots of materials showing up. I'm just highlighting a few of those today as we look at the print media that is going out across the district and the community at large. A combination of not only informational boards, highlighting what are the project scopes within this $100 million bond, but also the financial impact and some critical dates for the community to recognize, specifically that March 11th voter registration deadline and that April 1st election day. You'll also see informational 8.5 by 11s that outline a little more detail about the why behind this bond, as well as what we're calling rack cards on the very left there that just, again, are reiterating similar points so that we're continuing to hone in on that messaging and make sure that it is consistent across the community. So tonight I get to show lots of wonderful imagery that our team's been behind the scenes working on. As an architect, I'm a visual person, but also as a voter in my own community, I like to know what I'm voting for when it comes to a bond referendum. And so we've been hard at work to show what we call conceptual imagery of the various projects in the bond. So first here you see that new elementary school south of Pioneer Ridge. Again, utilizing the Grand Star prototype, but with the caveat that we've learned since we built that building, right? And so we're doing a lot of good work behind the scenes to understand what changes we would want to make to that as we move forward into this new era. Additionally, that educational support center, so just looking at what that could begin to look and feel like. And all of these come with that caveat that we are here to work hand in hand with the district leadership, with campus leadership, and with the community at large to understand how we can best deliver these projects for Gardner-Edgerton School District. Looking at opportunities, again, at Sunflower for early education space and what that could begin to look like. So again, thought starters for people to understand the implementation and impact that an early education center at the Sunflower campus could begin to look like and what those educational environments might bring our youngest learners. Looking at opportunities, again, to expand that trails facility at the high school and what additional programming we can support with just space. Space is a huge piece of what's going to make that facility more successful, and you see here how that could look. Again, just something to put out to the community to understand the impact of those tax dollars and what they're going to be able to do for the programming at Trails and at Gardner-Edgerton High School at large. And then rounding us out, as we've spoken to some of the scope at the high school, recognizing that the commons, the kitchen, the servery, all those pieces that haven't grown necessarily with a facility that's been added on to many, many times, how we could begin to bring that facility into this next generation of teaching and learning and really start to implement design, furniture, other pieces to the heart of the school to bring it up to many of your counterparts and even supersede those counterparts, right? We want to be the example that your neighbors are looking to. And so just a couple of images of what that could look like. But as we begin the design process upon a successful passage of this bond, it all goes back to quite literally almost throwing this out the window and working hand in hand with your educators, with students, with the community to understand the need and to design something that is meant for Gardner-Edgerton High School. And so with that, we are hot and heavy into the bond. We're helping Mike with the Vote Yes campaign as well, with some of the brand that you'll start to see coming out of that campaign, as well as all the collateral to ensure that we're aligned across the board. So, any questions?
Just one quick question. As it gets launched into the Vote Yes side of things, will with the site, I know there's some social media that will be tied into that. Are there going to be more thought out and more images that, tied to what we've seen tonight, that'll be a part of that campaign? Obviously, it won't be final design plans. We've not reached that step, but more thought into showing more imaging and what those common spaces and things, because there's been a lot of questions about what's this look like, because it's been a lot of words thus far.
Yeah, great question. You stole my next board update, because both your district-led factual-based campaign as well as the Vote Yes campaign, you'll continue to see more and more imagery. So we're developing more of the elementary school. We're developing more imagery to support the early education center. Great question. You can't really create enough. So as we work with Ben and his team here in the district, as well as Mike and the Vote Yes committee, you'll continue to see more and more of that collateral evolve. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. 8.2, Superintendent Dr. Brian Huff.
Good evening. Thanks for coming, everybody. A lot of excitement around the bond. We do have a lot of reasons to be joyful about our district and about the day that we live in, the age we live in with this district. I did want to point out that we did have a lot of speakers today talking about the love and care for our kids. I did want to make one thing very, very clear, that from this dais, from our district administration, I'm looking at my team that's out here, we do wish to care for every single one of our kids in the district, and we hope that that care is evident and obvious in everything that we do. That is what we strive for. And one of the things that can be very frustrating is it does feel like there are elements in our society, I'll say, that seek to divide us. My hope is that we can strive for togetherness, that we can strive to work together for all of our kids, and that they would feel that togetherness, because there is so much more that stitches us together than that which divides us. And that element has been a very big frustration for me over the last couple of years, or a few years, I would say. And this board has heard me say over and over again that we should be the glue, we should be the voice that bonds all of us together. And I know this board has striven to do that. And I thank you for the time and effort and care that you put in for all of our kids. And we have our differences, and that's okay, because that's what makes us a great, diverse leadership team. Our school is comprised of a lot of people that have different opinions about how to live their life and what is important for themselves. We strive to support all of those opinions in the direction we go. We are a public school, and that's our goal. We want everybody to feel that they have a place in our school district, in all of our schools. You heard our first speaker talking about ICE, and here again, I worry that parents are going to hear what's in the national media and then have fear for their children. We are here to support all of our kids, and I worry that there's this injection of fear where there may not necessarily need to be fear. Our team has absolutely worked behind the scenes. If a federal agent shows up at one of our buildings, it'll be the first time in my 35-year career that I've seen a federal agent at a building. Now, will we be ready? Of course we will. Would we resist a federal agent in our building? There are rules and regulations that we need to abide by, of course. Would we involve parents? Obviously, yes. Because we do care about those kids who are in our care on a daily basis. And we have policy that talks about what we would do if any sort of official comes into our building. And I can't answer all questions, but I can say that we are going to do the very best we can to care for all of our children at all times, because that is what we do. That's our career. That's why these folks that are sitting in the first couple rows have chosen to be in this place, because they do want to lift up the hearts and minds of every one of our children. And so our hope is that that is also sensed and felt by our community. And if not, we are very open to how we can explore the ways we might be able to express that better. So I do thank for the speakers and continuing to help point us towards that. But I can say that from all the individual discussions I've had with our board, they do care about our kids. They do care about all of our kids. And sometimes we get caught up in the minutia of our differences, and I wish we would not. I also want to have a huge shout out. We had a day that our patrons did not even really know about, that almost wasn't a school day for our kiddos. We had a gas leak around one of our elementary schools around Nike. It was not dangerous whatsoever, but it did cause us to have to shut the building down. I want to call out Mark DeWitt, because Mark DeWitt worked that leak until 3 o'clock in the morning. And I fretted and fretted over whether we should tell parents we can't have school the next day, because we would not have been able to. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we finally got the word that yes, we can have school the next day. And it was because Mark DeWitt worked an untold number of hours to ensure that everybody was in place to make sure that our building was able to open and operate. That's an example of the kind of work that this team puts in, the care that they have for our children. And I'm sorry, I know sometimes I get to preaching in front of everybody about how much we care about our kids, but we do. And this group up here does. And I think sometimes you get beat up too much because folks make assumptions about who we are and what we do. My hope is that we can have a positive outlook and assume the best, and that we might be able to express ourselves and show our love for our kids on a daily basis. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. 8.3, comments by Board of Education.
Sure. I would like to add on to what Dr. Huff had to say. I did have the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Huff and Melissa McIntyre last week with an organization called Revolución Educativa, and to discuss, you know, things that we could be doing, things that we are already doing. I learned a lot about what we are doing, and I was really happy to hear that. I also think that we had a good conversation that I hope left you with some things to consider on how we communicate with our families. I think that it's always a good idea to be over-prepared and not need it than to think it might never happen. We did have a discussion about policy around what would happen at school buses and school bus stops. You said you would ask Mr. DeWitt and you would follow up, so I'm interested to hear that. As for what you had said about supporting all of our students and wanting them all to feel welcome, and we all have differing opinions, I agree with all of that wholeheartedly. I do have concerns sometimes that in our attempt to remain nonpartisan, we come off as neutral and uncaring. And I would like to, especially in times when we say we have no tolerance for bullying, especially, doesn't matter who it is. I would like us to have a stronger, more unified stance in that department. And I think that that would go a very long way in our community to see that we do stand up in those moments. So that's just something I would like to put out there and have considered.
Thank you, Katie.
I have just a couple quick things. I will piggyback off of those comments and also the presenters today and just extend my own gratitude, because we are in a time where there are folks that feel unseen and feel attacked, and it's never been more important for our teachers within their classrooms to make sure none of that applies within their rooms and where they have that control, and that our children feel that they're in a spot where they feel love, respect, and acceptance, and those teachers that make certain that they walk those halls with that top of mind are more important than I think many of us feel. And for those that do, and the teacher that was mentioned tonight and the others that lead in that way, I'm so incredibly grateful to have them on staff and thankful for what they do for those kids. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. So thank you to those folks directly. Just a couple quick notes. I just wanted to congratulate a few of the organizations. The theater program, if anybody got to see the show this week, was fantastic. The kids were just terrific. If you're not going to our theater programs, you're missing out. Our cheer team competed at nationals and had one of their best times ever. Dance is on their way to nationals and have high expectations and got to see their still. All of our winter sports are leading into their league regionals and hopefully some state competition, so good luck to all of them. And then the culinary team just had a great competition. So a lot of great Blazers are doing great things, and excited to see all those people participating and do all those things. One quick note, it's come up just now within the last month 2 or 3 different times of people that have come to us, to me directly and asked why we don't have better monument signage for our championships in our facilities. It started with the cross country. We have now kind of a cross country facility, quote unquote, with the way, and there's no signage recognizing their state championship. Our track and field state championship. At the football field, there's nothing recognizing them, and that seems like a quick fix that should be celebrated beyond just the banners at the gym that folks aren't always able to see. So I told them I'd bring that to the table for consideration and hope we can look into that, and maybe even when we revisit the scoreboard that I talked about earlier. But those were the things. Just thank you to those folks that are so important, and for speaking tonight, and for Katie's comments and others that'll support those along the way.
Thank you, Heath.
No, go
ahead.
ahead. No. I thought you were just going to thank him. Sorry. First and foremost, I wanted to talk about, we had a meeting with the Sunflower parents, and it was fantastic. They had a lot of really great questions, a lot of great ideas, very passionate about their kids, about their school. But one thing that I really appreciated and took away was communication. That seems to be something that we hear quite a bit about. I know as a parent, I got flooded with USD 231 emails, and eventually you kind of grow numb to them. So it was suggested that text messaging was one of the ways that they would prefer to be contacted. And then old-fashioned letters is another one. So I thought that was great. I also want to encourage, if there's any PTAs or site councils that are listening, please reach out to Katie, myself, and Jeff. We would love to come visit with your groups and talk with you guys, just like we did with the Sunflower. And the last thing, I'm trying to debate how much I want to go into it, but I want to show support for the teacher that was doxxed. As somebody who was recently harassed, told to kill themselves, and all kinds of stuff for about 3 weeks on end for trying to stand up for district admin, stand up and try to ask for understanding for the current policy that's in place. Nobody should have to go through that at all. That was probably 3 of the toughest weeks of my life, and while I may not agree with signage, I think all of our teachers are very loving and caring. It's absolutely phenomenal that this teacher cares that much, and unfortunately they're paying a pretty hefty price that I don't think very many people in this room can fully appreciate. I know there's several board members up here that have received quite a bit of harassment, but that doxing from thousands and thousands of people, 24 hours a day, is just, it's unbelievable. So if you ever need anything, please reach out, and nobody deserves that. So thank you for all you do for the students.
Thank you, Greg. I guess just as a sign of unity, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. Most of us up here on the dais have been attacked in one way or another, whether it be accurate or not, just something people heard on Facebook. We've all been attacked, but we ran for this position, and we can somewhat expect it. Doesn't make it right, but we expect it. But when students and staff get attacked because of their opinions, it's shameful and unacceptable. So I agree with kind of what everybody said here, and hopefully that doesn't continue in the future. All right, that'll bring us to 10.1, RSP enrollment analysis and projections.
Good evening. Ben's going to pull up the presentation. While he's doing that, I'm pleased to have Rob Schwartz here tonight to share an update on our 5-year student enrollment projections. If my math's correct, this is the 11th year in a row Rob and his company, RSP, have conducted a detailed enrollment analysis for the district. His findings are very accurate and useful to the district as we use his research to help us determine year-to-year staffing, educational programming, and facilities management, as well as with longer term projects such as our current bond. So, Rob, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. I told Jody I would keep it to an hour. Yeah, right. No, it will be less than 15 minutes. I can relate to the cross country. I know Parker and Quentin because they run with my daughter at KU, so I know what you're talking about with cross country. Tonight, I'm not going to go over all the 80 roughly pages. My focus with you tonight is for you to understand some of the elements that are changing in our district. So it'll range from some of the slides in here with live births, yield rates, what's happening with developments, and all pages in this are important, but I want to just hit on those. You guys are familiar with what we do and how, as Jody indicated, the work that it allows you to do. And if you have other questions after my roughly 10 minutes going over this, I'll be happy to field those questions because things are changing. With this report, it's identified in key component areas of what's happening with our enrollment data. That's part one. Part two is the development and growth trends. Part three is the projections. And then part four, what is our next steps and how does it lead into the plans that we have for the bond referendum, right? So there's some things that will happen when that bond is approved. So this is the one page you need to come to. This is really the Synergy page 5. We're still indicating your enrollment will grow over the next 5 years. So that's the big thing. You can see that breakdown as we look at things out through 2029-30. We also know that there's some capacity things that will be changing that I don't really have highlighted on here, but let's say when we take Sunflower off and it's an early childhood, we have some things that are going to change when the new elementary gets built, right? So a reorganization of how we utilize buildings will be something that happens. We also know there's a lot of residential components, and I think what I really want you to take away from this part of the process that we go through in our analysis is that we kind of have a divide of where are we going to see the growth, the residential growth in this community. Does it continue where we're seeing the pockets as we've moved to the northwest, or does it become a lot more dominant on the south side, particularly across from I-35? So we've tried to weed our way through that element in what that means for our analysis on that 175th Street corridor. And you'll see that in the development position. So again, lots of maps that give you an understanding of how your district relates to the city limits, whether it's Edgerton or Gardner, as well as the boundaries for our elementary buildings. And then we can see how the feeder moves through the system. So as we go from the elementary into our middle school buildings, and then all of us back to the high school, right? Where we have a dotted line, that's where it's a split feeder. Again, the planning areas is the key to how we do our analysis. Back to this statistical formula, fun stuff that would take probably 20, 30 minutes to talk about. If you want to understand the model, page 13 helps you see how some of those variables work. I want to stop on the birth rates. So this is something that's pretty large here in Johnson County. We've seen a decline in live births. So even though our total population in the county has increased, the number of live births has decreased. That correlates to what we look at for our share of kindergartners 5 years later. So it makes it a greater challenge to have a lot of kindergartners, or as many as we've had in years past. That's this page. Enrollment by grade, this gives you an understanding how those students are moving through the system. Lesser classes start to have some impacts on how more capacity could be available, or vice versa if there's larger classes as they move from the elementaries to our middle and then high school. This page here is important for you to understand. We're kind of a district where we see ups and downs as we cohort forward. If you were a destination district, as one of the other Johnson County districts that we work with, we'd see all black on the cohort changes. So there's some interesting things happening. We've talked in the past about the type of housing product and how that's some gaps in people being able to stay in the district, and we're still working through that. You'll see some of that in the data that we've put together. This other page I want to spend a little bit of time on is our migration. So when we look at the in and out, so the green represents students the previous year that were here and no longer here in this year that we're analyzing. We have 3 years here, and we're looking at it at the elementary, middle school, and high school. The orange parts of these bars are new students in that particular year. What's great is when we see a positive. If you can see here, just with migration, is pretty neutral, right? We have a +7, a -30, +7 over the last 3 years. We have a lot of transiency. This is pretty typical in all the districts we're working with in Kansas. Out of district analysis, just to highlight here is, I think you guys mentioned this when enrollment came, like around September 20th. We didn't see a lot of new open enrollment with the Kansas law. Most of these students are going to be attributed to our staff students that come in, or our McKinney-DeVento kids, so the homeless students. That pretty much captures a good majority of what we've seen in this status. You can see it's dropped from where we had 90 students back in 2020-21. We're down to 64. Again, maps just to help you understand where kids are, how it's changing in those planning areas. Basically, with enrollment, we're seeing some indicators that say, hey, we should be seeing growth. Others saying, hey, there's some cautionary things that we factored into our modeling. We get to development. I'm trying to compare what the total population is in our community here for Gardner 231. That's represented by the green line, and you can see we show where the change was with the decennial census. The blue line represents our building activity, and so when we have multifamily coming online, that's where it popped up. The red line represents our enrollment change year to year. And so you can see there's somewhat of a correlation. When population's increasing and we're building, we tend to see a trend of students that move in that similar direction. All sorts of stuff, yield rates over time. This is where I want to spend a couple moments on. If you look in 15-16, we're showing you what's happening with our single family and our multifamily. The single family is the orange bar, the multifamily is the blue bar. So that's duplexes, apartments, mobile homes. Back in 15-16, we averaged 63 K-12 students for every 100 single-family units. If you look at what it is here in 24-25, it's down to 56. Multifamily was about 35. It's down to 29. When you look at those last bullet points in that time period, we've built about 950 single-family homes and almost 1,200 multifamily homes. That's how we've been able to say what our enrollment has been stable to slightly increasing is because of the new units that have been built. And you can see this same thing where we look at K4, and the other element that we're trying to track is as we start to look at where we're seeing concentration of students, where do we see the greatest number of multifamily students versus single family? And so you see this breakdown of where that housing product is impacting what we see for enrollments. In other maps that get into average year built, values of homes, where we're seeing the building activity. You can see the clusters on the northwest side as well as here on our east side of 35. Really the last landing point with what we're seeing with growth is visualized in this map. So we've spent a lot of time with the cities, a lot of conversation with what we're seeing with the rural housing, well, actually residential housing district, and what are we gonna see in that Edgerton area for more students? We've been talking about we need more students there, and that is reliant on having some more residential product. This map here provides you a context of a timeline to the projections. The green represents where we're seeing current building activity, yellow where it'll push out beyond closer to a 5-year time period, and then purple closer to 10. Again, it's all dependent on who owns the land, where infrastructure is, and maybe some of the stuff that we're talking about with the new elementary building. All of the stuff on the map ties back to this table where you can see we have over 3,100 units that are in green. And this table is tied back to each of the elementary boundaries. So when you look at that top or that right-hand column, that's associated with this development and what elementary boundary is it in. You also are able to see the existing units in that development and the potential units that are left to be built for it to meet maximum build-out. You see that for the 5-year and the 10-year. Again, we associate this back to where we're seeing things that you can say, why is enrollment changing or why is it increasing specifically? Well, when we look at where these units are predominantly at, potentially Edgerton Elementary, Madison, Nike, and we'll even put Gardner Elementary into that, right? There's quite a bit of building in those 4 attendance zones. where development's happening over time. So again, you see we dug in a lot to the things with development. We even now are putting a spotlight in some of these regional projects. I know last year I think there was questions, hey, Panasonic's going in. We're going to see a lot more residential activity. I don't know about you. I've driven the road, basically Kill Creek, trying to go north. It's not quite easy to get from here up to there with where that is, but we think there's at some point when we get better linkages on those roads, you might see more people that are moving into those employment sectors, and there's going to be even more than what you're seeing with Panasonic. But we have some stuff right here in our region, in our district, and so we've tried to highlight that because there's a lot of exciting things that are in the mill. So again, some of our points with development, there's a lot of good things pointing towards we're going to build out, and we're going to see some exciting new things that add to our enrollment. Last thing, projections. So we always like to showcase what we've done and where we're going and why you need to use this as a tool in your planning efforts. For this year, we're at 99.8% accuracy for our year one projections. Everything where you see things that are less than that typical percentage is in relation to what was coming out after COVID. If you go back to our enrollment projections, we still are not back on pace with where things were prior to COVID. We're getting closer as things start to evolve. The other thing that I want to leave you with that is part of our challenges with what we could see for enrollment is here on page 40. The blue parts of those columns represent seniors, and the dashed or diagonal red lines, those are kindergarten classes. When I see the blue larger than the red, that means naturally we're having more students graduate and fewer kindergarten students come in. So we've really tempered our projections to really say with what we're seeing with live births is having an impact here. The only way this changes is a subdivision life cycle, or in common speak, people moving in that have kids and have kids that will be future kindergartners that weren't in our live birth data from 5 years previous. So what does this mean for our projections? This has us tracking towards 6,000 students when we get out to 2029-30. The breakdown of a little over 2,400 students at the elementary level, about 1,800 at the middle school level, and about 1,900 at the high school. This is where you'll want to dig into this stuff later. This is the tool that Jody mentioned. How do we start to build some of our staffing and what happens in our buildings? This is a specific template that has been used uniquely to your district. So adapted in that component. So it shows us where space is and where space may be limited as we start to talk about how capacity will impact what's happening in these buildings. So we go to the next steps. Annually review enrollment. We do that, right? We want to consider options that help us at our elementary level. So the early childhood facility and then the opportunity with the elementary building is really going to provide some different options for what happens for the student experience at those elementary grades. Really, the other thing that you're already doing with your bond planning is communicating to the public that, hey, here's these exciting changes. There's going to be some things that have to happen when you build a new building, right? We have to create a boundary for it. When we take a building offline and do an early childhood, we got to do some different things. So great things for kids. That's always what the end objective is. And with that, I want to throw back to board if there's any comments, questions. Here to answer them. If not, we'll work with Dr. Huff on getting you an answer at a later date.
I appreciate you coming out. More to the district. You know, I know that the green space in Edgerton and the Ash and Anvil here in town are probably enough to make us destination places. You know, I talked to Dr. Huff about, you know, in those spots where we do have a little bit more room for student growth, that we maybe look at, and I can't remember the technical term that he used, but basically making it a little bit different school, whether that's play-based learning, whether that's limited tech, something to make it extra special and a little bit more desirable. Maybe try to bring some more kids to our district. It would be kind of fun to see what you guys could come up with if that was something the board liked. So, but I can't remember what you called it.
I'll say I call it a lab school, but there's other terms for it. And a good example would be, I believe it's called Epic, maybe, in Liberty. I'm looking at my team on here. Do you guys remember the name of that school? But there's examples of that where it's a choice school that is unique in its design. Yeah, and it's something we could certainly explore.
I would like to jump in and just make a couple of concluding thoughts here or additional thoughts. Rob did a great job just going through very, very involved and complex data. But I have to tell you, as an admin team, we soak this stuff up, and it really is instrumental in helping us understand where to position staff on the front lines and programming. And I would argue it's allowed us to be pretty successful in giving our buildings what they need. So it's incredibly important. And then I'd also like to point out something Greg was talking about earlier, a meeting with Sunflower parents. We really want our parents and patrons to get into this. This is now a public document, and I think it will really help them understand some of the decisions we're making, including going out for a bond. And it'll help them understand the story, our story now and the story we're going to try to tell in the future. So I'd really encourage community members to get in there and look at this. And then finally, I just point out that we are being good partners. We shared this information with the officials at the City of Gardner and Edgerton so they could access this information, which we know is helpful to them as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
That'll bring us to 10.2, Operation Recognition Veterans Honorary High School Diploma.
All right, this is a bit of an interesting item. So there's a state law that says that we can provide an honorary diploma for veterans who were pulled out of school and didn't complete school because they were drafted, in essence. And so it applies to World War I, World War II, Korean War. This extends that. It takes a board action to extend it to the Vietnam War. And obviously that's the last of required service or draft service for any serviceman who was pulled out of high school and wasn't able to complete. And so what it would mean is that we would offer that diploma for somebody who was pulled out for that purpose. We were discussing earlier today, we don't believe we've ever given an honorary diploma for that reason. But I know this board does care about our veterans, so it's up to you whether we want to extend that to the Vietnam War veterans.
I'll make a motion to approve the operation recognition for Kansas veterans to be awarded honorary high school diplomas, which was approved by the governor of the state of Kansas on January 15th, 2025.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.3, Therapeutic Day School Proposal.
Hi, everybody. I am Dan Pollitt. We are here to review some film from the game last night to see what we can do better next year. So I'm the coordinator of social emotional learning for the district, and I'm going to talk about something that we're calling a Therapeutic Day School Proposal. If you, in your life, in your family, have somebody who has a disability, it could be a family member, it could be your neighbor, it could be somebody you see at school or at work, this could be very important to you. And something that I like to say when I educate others about disability is it's a natural part of human existence. You can't control that you're born with dyslexia or born with autism. That's just kind of the way that you come. And this program, this proposal, I believe helps address certain types of students in our district, and I think it diversifies and offers a service for those families that makes us look and serve our families better. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit. For the board, you have the proposal. It's about a 15 or 16-page document. But I'm really excited about talking about it with you. About a year ago, you've seen this, what I call a continuum of alternative schooling options. And for those of you that don't think about the field of disability very often, usually most of us are served on the far left That's what we call general education. This is for students who just go to class. They might have an English teacher or biology or go to social studies or weightlifting, and they do good. They get A's and B's and C's and graduate and get a diploma. Well, as we move to the right along the continuum, I call these different bus stops. And we may have students with disabilities. This is about 15% of all kids in public education. The third stop, you've heard of Blazer Success Academy. A year ago, you approved Blazer Success Academy. We have about a dozen students in the high school. It's a school within a school model, and this is really for students who may not be successful in the gen ed setting, but if you go and talk to those teachers or some of those students, they overwhelmingly love this cohort model. And next year they will be seniors, and we're going to double the size of this program next year from a dozen to 2 dozen. You're familiar with the alt school. Then I have a couple stops along this bus stop that we haven't created yet, but I just want to kind of get you vision planning. After school programming in a virtual school. And then we're going to talk on the far right about a therapeutic day school. So the mission and vision that we have for alternative schooling is up here. It's a dynamic and personalized learning environment that empowers every student to discover their unique potential. And the vision is for every student to contribute positively to their community while leading a purposeful life. So I'm going to give you like a 25,000-foot overview, and then I'll give you a 25-foot overview. And then tonight is information-only board, so if you have questions for me, I would love feedback and comments and questions, but then you'll vote on it next month, I believe. So some timeline. Myself, a lot of the educational services, special education team, even some classroom teachers since 2023 have visited about a dozen different locations in the greater metro area that fit this therapeutic model. And we've seen some really good things. We've also seen some things that can be really challenging. So you may be familiar with some of these programs or heard of some of these programs. And these are big districts and small districts alike that are, have a lot of similarity characteristics to us. So those are some of the folks. This is the proposal that you have in front of you. These are the folks that help compile this and put this all together with us. And this has been about a 6-month process this year. We started this about 6 months ago. So what is a therapeutic day school? You may have heard of some synonyms for this. I put some up here. You could call it a specialized school. You could call it day treatment. You could call it a specialized education center or an alternative or a behavior program. I think language is important because it kind of gets a shared mindset of what we're talking about. For our purposes, what I'm thinking of is a program for K through 12 students who have a disability, so an identified disability, who have the most intensive behavior-based needs. These students exhibit significant disruptive or aggressive behaviors. They have limited skills or strategies on how to navigate conflict appropriately. They may have experienced significant trauma, and they're not successful along other stops in the continuum. Something that may be important to the board is that we send approximately 16 to 18 students out of district per year, and this costs about $1 million. And that's a tuition. It could be $20,000 to $30,000. It could be all the way up to like $80,000 a year for one student. If we were to do this in-house, there's some characteristics that I think are really beneficial. It increases our autonomy. It provides us more flexibility. It's a growth opportunity, and it can be fiscally sound. There's a tenet in special education that it is of value to want to educate our students in our own neighborhood with their own peers, right? This fosters community and like-mindedness. There's something about the Gardner-Edgerton way, and it has shared experiences. So what could this look like? And this would be for this fall, 2025. About 4 to 5 students. Think upper elementary, early middle school, like grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would require 1 full-time special education teacher, 1 to 2 paraeducators, a mental health professional, a certain type of crisis response team for certain situations that would happen. We have viewed some potential sites, and I would happily answer questions about some of these sites in the district. And as somebody who's taught in a program like this, safety and security is the paramount importance. This means we have to have secure safety entrances and exits. We have to have padded safe rooms. We want to have multiple rooms for instruction, administration, therapy, related services, sensory rooms. We want to have a separate or distinct location from the rest of the educational setting, and we want the law enforcement to be able to quickly respond, okay? Some things to think about. This spring, this is not a decision. If we were to bring a student back, it's not a decision I can make or you can make. It's the IEP team decision. So we have to have the family, the school district, that collaborative effort come together, decide if these students who are currently out of district, if their families are interested in bringing them back. This school would operate along the normal district calendar with staggered arrival and departure times. And then there's some characteristics that make a therapeutic setting therapeutic. Weekly counseling or therapy, professional learning for the staff like crisis prevention, executive functioning skills, trauma-informed and sensitive care, understanding the neuroscience of education. And then some things to consider. We have to pick a location if we were to interested in doing this. We want high-quality staff. This is a really different type of program than other special education settings in many regard. It can be a revenue-generating program for the district. I can talk about that if you're interested in the long term. And the board, I think, should be knowledgeable that this does have the potential to increase discipline referrals and injuries because of the population that you are bringing back. So that's kind of the overview of the therapeutic day school model. I would love to entertain questions. This has gone to the educational services team, the finance committee, and the special education committee, so multiple committees already. And it's something that is near and dear to my heart. So if you have questions, I would love to hear them from you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, you said vote on next month. How important is it that we vote on this next month? Could it be 2 months from now? And my reason being, I mean, you have a great presentation, and when you had your graph, I was on that left side. So my kids were in gen ed, and my knowledge of SPED was little to none until getting on the board and then on that committee. So when you presented it the other night, you had a tough audience, and they had some tough questions. So I would like to give it just a little more time, if we can, to let some of those questions flow through us so that we can make sure we get all of this answered.
I'm going to have
before we
Dr.
vote.
Booth respond in a moment, but I have a thought first. Two things. There's nobody stronger or a bigger advocate in education than the parent of a special education student. If you're familiar with the history of special ed, Public Law 94 and 142 was because mom and dads were out there screaming that their kids needed to be educated in the same school as kids who didn't have a disability. And so when we met with the SPED committee, we had a lot of those strong advocates. I think if we were to wait off longer, we need to have those conversations as SPED team members about where their students going to be placed in the fall, I think sooner rather than later. So I'm not sure one way or another. I think that's something we plan for often that takes a few months to do. What do you think, Dr. Booth?
Yep. Well, so the first thought that comes to mind is when we've talked about, this is kind of in flux in the sense that, one, we have to find if this was approved, to identify the families that want to bring their students back, right? Because we don't, so we need to find the students and get that commitment from them. Combined with, we need to find the right employees to do this. And I think we need to be upfront with both groups, both the families and any potential employees, that if the other side doesn't work out in this scenario, then we're on hold until we can get this to work out. So for example, if we can't get the students, then if we have employees interested, say, time out, we're gonna have to wait, and vice versa, as we have these conversations with families, hey, this is tentative based on us getting the right people. So I don't know that if you're thinking, if the board would be more comfortable with, looking for approval in April, I still think we can do some groundwork, but it's all gonna be dependent on those two things I just mentioned anyways, even if we got approval from this group. So I don't know that that'd be an issue if you're thinking another month down the road.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, you did a great presentation, but you got thrown some curveballs and you didn't have answers for all of them. So I want to make sure we get all of this answered.
I think there were fair questions because this is opening a new school, right? And even though the enrollment's going to be 3 or 4 or 5, there are some things that we need to think about for that. Our population of who would attend this school is a sample of 16 to 18, though. You know what I mean? If we're only bringing 3 or 4 or 5 back, it's only out of a potential of the current out-of-district placements. So I'll support what the board supports for that. But I think maybe having conversations with the special education department specifically about if parents, once they hear about this, may be interested in bringing them back, that might help lend to your decision.
We had talked in the finance committee, or I had talked. You know, I'm still. I understand that one of the buildings is better than the others as far as structure, as far as the building itself. But the more I've thought about it, the more hesitant I am, and I just want to make sure that we get all the stakeholders. And I would like. I know I asked for. You know, Mayor Roberts and maybe a couple of different council members to be a part of this discussion, as well as the parents of Edgerton, if that's one of the sites. I would also like to include the law enforcement as well as our fire medic. You know, Edgerton is still an amazing community that is small enough, and it's a small, big community essentially. They have some fantastic LEOs. They've got some fantastic first responders, but they have a very limited amount of first responders. So if this program is going to potentially take something away from that community, I would like to have their input. I'd like to have their thoughts on it. Something that we can, a game plan essentially, if we do tie up one of those agencies that potentially they have something in place so that they can support it more than just what it is now. I know that there's always backups to backups. And I also think that there needs to be a rotation of an admin beyond Miss Adrian. She's absolutely fantastic. Her qualifications are absolutely stellar. I have no doubt that she could handle it, but I think that she's got enough on her plate dealing with the amazing community that's out there and all the things that go with that. So I don't want to add anything else to their plate. I also think that it's crucial to have somebody that's well-versed. I know that we're going to have some very specialized staff. They're not even going to be normal pairs. They're going to be specialized pairs. I completely understand that. But I feel like we need to have administrators who are highly qualified in that area to do a rotation so that we always have somebody on site. That was one thing that we heard over and over when we moved the RISE program to Trail Ridge. And Edgerton is so far away from other admin. It's not like where we could say, hey, you know, we got a plethora of admins just next door. We don't have that capability to say that with Edgerton. So I would like to look at all of those things if that's the building that ultimately gets chosen. So I think it's great, fiscally responsible. I know that's something I've been hammering on. Amy's getting tired of hearing about it, about the transportation costs, everything. I definitely want to provide a stellar education for everybody regardless of cost. But if we can maybe do an even better education and be fiscally responsible, I'm definitely all for that too. Just want to make sure we have all the stakeholders in place.
And Edgerton was just one of the locations we discussed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so Edgerton is just one of the locations we discussed, and also we are being very intentional, like we are with BSA, starting very small, and then developing the capacity for it. So that gives us some more options when it comes to locations because of the plan to start small.
And I definitely don't want you to feel like I'm beating you up. I know this is the second time I've kind of said negative stuff about it, I guess, but I think it's absolutely phenomenal that you guys are thinking outside of the box. That we've come up with a solution that is better for the community and for the students. I just want to make sure that we roll it out very intentionally.
The one point of clarity, Mr. Chapman, that I just want to add some experience to is I've worked frequently for a long time with students of this population, and needing police or law enforcement or fire department is extremely rare. So one of the things that the board has approved is BIST, and something that we talk about in BIST, and this is a framework that helps students understand and teachers understand how to approach student behavior, as they talk about it as a missing skill. So say, for instance, you had poor reading comprehension. I could teach you how to improve that, or poor phonemic awareness. If you think of these students as missing skills in behavior, how to resolve conflict, or how to make friends, or how to regulate your emotions, that can make a big difference. So I put on that slide how the most paramount part of this for me personally is the safety and security of the staff and the students. And if we do a good job at that, I've never had to call situations that I couldn't deal with. It is very few and far between and rare that we would have to do that. So even though these students have a behavior-based need, a lot of it is a missing skill that we want those teachers to teach. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I did have a couple questions. After the presentation last week, there's a lot of chance to think about some of this. And like Greg had said, and Tom, the intent and where we want to be with this, I love everything about it. I do have a hesitation because it does feel a little bit rushed from where we are, only because it's rushed because it's getting us. I know the months that have gone into work to get us where we are now, and I don't want to discount that in any way. So I do wonder if there is an opportunity, because this is a special population with building accommodations and other things, if even spring 26 is a better idea for a launch. One of the things I wanted to ask, and it's something we'll have to look, as we look to staff this spot, are we going to be able to pay in a way that compares to the private industry for this same sort of role? And if we aren't, are we ever going to be able to staff it appropriately? And I don't know the answer to that. That was one of my main questions and concerns is, can we fill this role? Because if we're going to struggle to fill the role, then we're already setting ourselves up from a disadvantage.
The person who's going to take this position is somebody who is most likely a veteran special education teacher and appreciates and values autonomy. So I taught in a program like this, and my students, we dissected squid. I didn't think about that, but we smelled up the entire school for like 2 days when we did it. You are going to have 4 kids in your classroom, and there might be a 3rd grader, a 4th grader, and 2 7th graders. So this person who I think would be a good fit for this role is a veteran special education teacher who is really going to help push this program forward. You know, the individual that leads our BSA program, it's a lot like that person. I don't know about the feasibility of launching it 1 year from now, because if you think about an IEP, the team comes to that agreement, and for these programs that we have right here, these programs are all over the metro area. Some of them are 35 miles away from here. And we have tuition and a contract with them to send our students to those locations. So I would have to talk to the special education team and Amy about, can we do that mid-year? I'm not exactly sure, but just something to think about.
It was only a thought. This, another question I might lead towards Amy, and she might have to follow up. Does the district as a whole, from a liability perspective, take on more that could end up in costs, whether that be from our carrier and other things, knowing that we're bringing in a population with some of these concerns versus when they've been in a therapeutic? I would think not, but it's also something I was concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think from a basic insurance standpoint it is, but work comp could be impacted if we do have staff that are injured. So, you know, that's just a realistic, I think, observation and fact, but I don't know that our rates are going to go up. It could affect work comp, but we've got a really good rate now, so we're in good standing there, and we've got a good response to those things. But I'll let Amy talk about any other insurance products that might be impacted.
Yeah, I can't think of any insurance products that would be impacted, but I definitely can check that out. To answer your question about can we be competitive salary-wise, when we did this estimate, we went to pretty much the top of the scale because we knew this was going to have to be a highly experienced, highly committed person. So when you look at that estimate that's at the end of that, this is a veteran teacher that we are thinking will be in that position. And so even with that and with those specialized paras, the registered, the behavioral technicians with that additional training. We went ahead and just kind of padded that all up in there to see if it was viable financially. So if we were able to, we had a great para that wanted to do that and didn't have that training, they'd be a little bit lower on the pay scale. It would just make that savings just a little bit more for the financial piece.
And then I had two other quick questions here.
Sure.
One of the things I wondered about, so we bring a child into this, and it's a good fit until it's no longer a good fit, and there are true teacher safety and other things. Is there an opportunity for, I don't have a better term to use than an exit plan, when truly the therapeutic services they've been in and the day services were the best solution? Would we be able to, or does it have to be parent voluntary, or could the district then say, we hate that this has happened, but they're no longer a fit for the program we're building here, and we need to go back to where we were?
Good question. Two answers for you is one, that we are required to educate all students in our boundaries. If we cannot do that in this building or in this district, then that's when we would have an out-of-district placement. One of the hallmarks of these programs that we toured that was a positive one is that they did a good job of defining what types of students they serve, and they want to have a transition plan. Maybe they go from this program to like the RISE program, for instance. A lot of those programs that we thought were high quality have a defined, say, we want you here for 2 years. We learn that skill deficit, like I was talking about with you, that we need you to learn conflict resolution, and then we want you to transition to like the RISE program. And final answer is, that's why I want to start small with like and then we scale it just like we have done with BSA. I didn't know if anybody else wanted to.
Well, and Shay's, and I'm going to let you answer too, Shay, because part of what you're getting at here is, what if plans go awry? And yeah, we have that happen now, where plans go awry, and we do place a student in an outside placement. And the reality of it all is that is typically an IEP discussion, but we do place students from time to time in a place where a parent doesn't agree to. And that is never a good decision. We work very, very hard to avoid that. But that is a reality. And that doesn't actually change. It actually makes it easier that we have an in-house option, because we're going to have less kids that we're going to be sending quite far away to an outside placement. And I'll just be honest, we can provide a better setting for our kiddos. But you guys have asked some very good questions, and it's ones that I want you to wrestle with. Because I'll tell you, the answer about workman's comp, there's a reason why Jody brought it up. The students that we are sending to outside placement are students that are more typically going to cause an injury to a staff member. And we have staff members that we would put in these programs that know that's the kind of student that they're going to be engaging with, and that the chances are higher. And they're actually very defensive of the students in those situations because they know what they've signed up for. I had mentioned earlier in my talk about caring for all kids, and I know this board wants to care for all kids. And I also know the hesitancy, the reason for the hesitancy, because this is a big step. This team has done a lot of research. At no point in time will we have all of the questions answered. The BSA program has grown throughout this year. We started it without all the answers, and we learned some things along the way, but I believe it's been a very successful program. We will follow the wishes of this board, and if it's to wait another month to give you guys some time to explore, I'd rather start out right than start out, where you guys think we're half-baked. I do think that there might not be a real reason to wait a year. We've done so much research to this place. There's only so much research you can do to be ready. But if it takes some little time for you to be ready, I'd rather be ready and get started with you all feeling good about it. And so we hear that feedback. Shay, did I miss anything in answering that question?
No, I just wanted to clarify that, we always want to work collaboratively with our parents and be on the same page. The IEP team determines the placement, but the district determines the location. So yes, if we decided that the placement was the setting here, we could, as the district, determine that our location was not the right placement and that we could go elsewhere.
And that's rare that we disagree with the parent, but it does happen.
Finally, their districts do this. We're like on the cusp of that size where this is common. This is something that we can do. If you were to look at some of these programs and see their enrollment, or go to their websites and look at some of those neighboring districts' websites, this is something we can do. And me personally, I think this would be a positive, another stop on that bus line that says, hey, we want to do it in-house, and we're qualified and highly professional, and we can serve your student and your family in our neighborhood. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Just one point of clarity. I'm hearing that you'd like a month to mull this over and maybe bring it back for a vote in April. Does that sound correct?
I would prefer April.
Okay, and that's kind of why I'm saying, hey, where are we at here? Where are we at?
I don't think it would be inappropriate to bring some of the answers back to the next meeting, just as a informative piece. But yeah, as far as making any kind of decision or anything, I would feel more comfortable definitely later down the line.
I mean, what is the harm in bringing those answers and having like another open discussion with the potential of an action item, but then we decide to table if we don't feel satisfied? And we could do that.
Could.
I feel like, for me, but I've been listening to this for a little over a month, and we've talked about it in the last 6 months, so I feel more prepared to make a decision. But if you guys aren't ready, I mean, we could prepare for maybe an action item, but tabling.
I tell you what, let's do then. We are definitely open to answering more questions. Email Dan with whatever, I'd say Dan and probably Dan and Ben. Email the questions that you would like them to address for next month. Dan, let's come back again next month and be ready to address more questions and potentially move forward, and we'll just see where we're at. How's that sound? All right.
Absolutely. And to put out to our audience, however big it may be, if you have any questions, please send them to us. Because again, like I said, my knowledge in this field is kind of limited, so please give us whatever you have.
And I'm sorry, one last point. We did hear loud and clear also that we need to talk with, so the decision to have the program first, then the decision for where the program after that, and we need to include stakeholders within that location as we look at location. Okay, all right.
10.4, student transportation services.
Good evening. We put out the RFP for student transportation services. Our contract with First Student is coming to the end of their 5-year term. We ran this. Yep, okay. It's coming to the end of its term. We ran it to 3 different vendors that specialize in this. First Student, Central Illinois, and Durham. And we had bid openings in December from all 3. We had one that decided to pass on doing the bid. We had 2 of them that came in well. From the packet that you have in front of you, First Student scored the best out of our 3 panelists that scored them up. And pricing was in line with where we were at. And I'll let Amy speak on the pricing side of it.
So as I shared with you earlier, several months ago, as we're looking at the budget, this is one of the areas we knew was going to go up because we're at the end of that contract. We also know that some of the pressures that First Student is under, whether it's wages or benefits, that was going to be passed on to this new contract, and that is what came to fruition. It's about an 18% increase. We were planning 18 to 20, so we pretty much hit that on the head. Never like to pay more, but we do understand that. There are a couple of things that we did increase in there. So we did increase the amount that we are charging for rental of their portion of the service center that we have now. We do know that should the bond pass during any point in this 5-year period, and we would potentially turn over the entire service center to them, we would renegotiate what that amount would be based on square footage and usage and all of that, things that maybe Mark still needed to retain at that location. The contract is currently in with their attorney. Our attorney has looked at it and has redlined it. It's now with them. That's why we're not asking for action tonight. We want to see the final. But we also wanted to hear from you if you had any questions or anything else you wanted us to try to continue to negotiate. But we do intend to move forward with First Student, and that's what we will be recommending to you with an actual contract next month. Any questions? We do appreciate the relationship that we've had with First Student, so we're very pleased that they've come in line and listened to our needs as well. After we opened all of the bids, they were very close in that percentage of increase and the dollar amounts, but overall, First Student with their service and their relationship with us is kind of what threw them over the top. So they have a lot of experience servicing our district and taking care of our students and our families. So we're pleased that we would hopefully get to continue that relationship. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring us to 10.5, executive session for attorney-client communication.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss attorney-client communication pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under comma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:30 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mr. Greg Goheen, and Heather Peak.
All those in favor? None opposed. Order. 10.6, executive session for confidential student information. 5 minutes.
Okay. Motion to go into executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:40 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, and Shay Carter into executive session.
All those in favor? None opposed. We're back in order and on to 10.7, executive session for negotiations. Go 8.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee budget and negotiating, no negotiations under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:50 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.8, executive session for personnel.
What? Okay.
You can't have that.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the human resources personnel report pursuant to non-elected personnel, exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:10 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:30 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
We're back in session and on to 10.9, action on personnel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve personnel items as presented.
Second?
All those in favor? None opposed.
I'm opposed.
You're opposed?
I'm opposed.
One opposed. So 10.10 is executive session for superintendent's evaluation.
Yes.
The new 10.11, do we need to vote on it?
We do need to come back and vote on 10.11.
Vote on an evaluation? But it's not a contract, it's only, contract is worded in here, but it's only gonna be the eval. Do we vote on that?
Yeah, but do you want to talk about it first?
Yeah, we're going to.
Right, and then yes, you vote on
Okay.
accepting.
3.5?
How much time do you think we need?
20? 20 minutes?
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the superintendent's personnel evaluation pursuant to confidential personnel exceptions under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:55 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Booth, Dr. Marshall, and Dr. Huff into executive session.
We're not inviting anybody.
That's what it says. I'm just reading what it says. We're not inviting anybody.
That's fine.
Well, we can invite him if we want to bring him back. But
He seconded.
all those in favor?
They're struggling here.
None opposed.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the superintendent's personnel evaluation pursuant to confidential personnel exceptions under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 10:15 p.m. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the superintendent's personnel evaluation pursuant to confidential personnel exceptions under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 10:25 p.m.
All those in favor? None opposed. Action on personnel evaluation of Superintendent Dr. Huff.
Motion to approve?
The evaluation.
Yep, that one.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed? 11.1, adjournment of meeting.
I second.
I motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? None opposed. 12.1, the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, March 10th, 2025 at 6 p.m. here in the boardroom.